Hello. Bit late. Just an hour. Let me... Where did my BRB timer go? It's at the very bottom for some reason. Sorry. Just trying to be prepared while simultaneously being unprepared. So, today we're playing Minecraft. I've got quite a bit to show you of stuff that I prepared off-stream / did off-stream. So, yeah, I still have AFK stuff to do. In fact, I might have more AFKing to do today than normal. But tomorrow will be Elden Ring again, and then the day after that should be Minecraft again. But today, I have to start out by trying to remember everything there is to talk about. One of the things to talk about, I made this. It's mostly just a fun thing rather than a thing of note. But what you can do with it is what it says. Oh, there we go. There you go. See? Shrink yourself. I'm only I'm less than a block tall now. And if I show it off, this is what I look like. Now, back to normal. I didn't realize we stand above fences. Weird. You can also make yourself gigantic. I'm not going to go all the way up, but just to... Oh, I'm not used to moving around like this. There. See? You can go as high as 2 times as tall. Sorry, as high as 10 times as tall. But being big doesn't really give you as many advantages. This just lets you climb into small spaces. I have to talk about that chest. I don't think I have anything else to talk about really in these. Yes, oh, one thing to mention. I took the time to make all of my stack upgrades into diamond and to make a bunch of extra stack upgrades. So now every single chest has diamond ones, which means anytime something is stackable, it goes up to at least 16,000. Or actually, no, I guess there are things that might only stack to a lesser extent, such as buckets, which only stack to 4,000. But yeah, now everything is stackable up to multiplied by 16 by 16 again, so that's 16 squared is 32, 64, 256? Everything is multiplied by 256 for how much of a stack it can hold. I think, right? Yeah, because this can normally only hold... Oh yeah, here's a good one. You can only hold 1 Certus Course Wrench in a stack, and it goes up to 56, so that tells you exactly how much. So, that's the chests done. I'd already finished that. I guess one thing I did off, I accidentally made... Well, I didn't accidentally make the distillery. I made the distillery not realizing it was a part of this, and I did it so that I could complete this. Yeah, I needed it for this, the railgun. You had to make this, which required this, so I set up a bottling machine, which required this resin, creosote oil we're already getting a lot of, exaldehyde, comes from silver plate and ethanol. Ethanol, of the options available to me, I hadn't made the chemical reactor and I didn't want to yet, so I made the distillery, not realizing it was another thing in there. And I did sugar solution, which was a pretty cheap way to do that, especially because I didn't have access to sulfuric acid or ethylene either, so I was like, well, that's useless. So yeah, so I did the rest of these. I made these. None of this is really useful to me, except this, which I think I had previously made. I don't remember if I did this offline or not, but now I can just put 6 ingots in here and get a gear out. You can see the mold right there. So it's not really quicker per se, but it can be nice for the automation of being able to just put that in and then go and make the rest of the stuff I need for anything. I don't think anything else really changed here. I don't know if I made this on stream or not, but it was just to get mushrooms for the purpose of making potions, which was for this thing, which I guess I will talk about in a second. Didn't do anything here. Didn't do any of that yet. I guess I did this with here. I made this just for the purpose of being able to automate this better. Which I did to get force blocks so that I could get a bunch of time torches. So now I can continue to put these just about everywhere. I will talk about all of these in a second. I did set up a nice auto feeder, and I have an extra. Oh, backpack. I upgraded it to netherite. That's one thing I did. But when I did that, I got a few more slots, so I put in this, which isn't actually doing anything currently. Maybe at some point I will use it, but right now I didn't feel the need to. Advanced feeding upgrade, which I put this stuff into so that it'll feed me this. I had an apple juice, and once the chicken sandwich is eaten, I'll take that out as well. But until then, it'll feed me the stuff in here, so I don't need to keep food on my hotbar anymore. That's the same right now. Here, I think most of this was already done. The one thing that wasn't was this. So yeah, I filled the task screen, which used to be out there, completely with 1 billion FE. So that task is now done. For whenever I complete the rest of these. And something I've started working on is these two. So don't really need to have that one pinned. Or I'm not going to pin either of these while I'm on stream. But to make to make this, we're obviously going to have to get more than 128 of these because we're going to have 3 times as much, so I'm not really worried about the other one. But to make just one requires a bunch of stuff. To make just one requires 1,920 coal. So if we want to make 128, actually, a better way to put this is going to be in block form. So it's 213 blocks and 3 additional coal. And we need to make 128. Which means we have to get 27,306 blocks of coal and 6 non-blocks. So I have started gathering a bunch of additional coal here. Like whenever this gets up to 1,000, I pretty much take some out, pop it in here. And as you can see, of that 27,000, I am at 14. I already have the diamonds in there. I did leave a bit of coal dust just because it has other uses. But yeah, so a bunch of coal going in there. And the creosote is still automated without being interfered with, so that's good. Just put this over to here. So yeah, I think that's just about everything in here. So the next thing to talk about is stuff outside / to deal with that chest and that. To show off what that's all about, I want to reveal it like this. I have made a giant chicken farm. Now, not all of these are going, specifically because I can't manage that much. This is... I'm just going to assume all of these have gone bad and go get a new diamond chicken. Yeah, that happens if the system ever runs out of power. The chicken eggs in the hatchery will go bad. At least I think that's what's happening. So sometimes one will just break like that. That will get itself going again because it prioritizes putting good eggs into here, good eggs go into these, and bad eggs go into the trash. And I have that for a bunch of chicken types, including emerald, diamond, iron, gold. Oh, same thing happened with the redstone. Yeah, so it took a while to balance how many things I could manage doing at a time. So, I imagine that this is just a fault of having run out of power at some point. Looks like all the other curtains are closed, which means everything is going well. So yeah, I had to set up an entirely new boiler because when I originally tied it to that boiler, it took too much power. Like, it was just so much power usage for even just a couple that I couldn't manage it. So what I've ended up doing is making a new boiler, attaching this to it, and then realizing I could tie in at least 8 MV steam turbines without it running out. So that's what I've done. I don't actually know how many more I could add, because I'm probably just going to wait until I switch to HV, which will be even more power. And when I upgrade that boiler, I have to upgrade this boiler at the same time, not because the systems are tied together, but just because I need that much power over here as well. Actually, I probably use more power here than over there right now. So yeah, what I'm currently doing is sand, blaze rods. Oh, and this is being powered by this system. So the blaze rods from those chickens come into here, but it produces more blaze rods than this needs, so I do get extra over there. And by over there, I mean the chest in there, which I'll talk about or show off. So yeah, and then we also are getting logs, obsidian, flint, redstone, gold, iron. So this is my new way of getting iron. I've dismantled the old one that used to be here. Diamonds and emeralds. Emeralds can go into either of these. This is a fake. Well, the pipe is in this block as well, and going through to the chest. But it has the exact same priority, and this one just has a filter to only let emeralds through. So emeralds come in at a... Well, they just kind of go between the two. So that way I won't be without emeralds over there. And I set up this nice auto trader villager system, which required one netherite ingot for each of these. I spent some time looking at all the trades, which you can do if you do something like here. Villager trades. Yeah, you can look through every single trade option that's available. So I spent time looking through all of these for things that I thought I would want automated. And I came to the conclusion that analog circuit would be worth it, motor would be worth it, tin would be worth it, bronze would be worth it, steel would be worth it, rubber, copper rotor, copper gear, bronze gear, steel plates, and steel upgrade. This is probably the one that's the least worth it, but I did it anyways. Solely because it's useful for... not boiler. There we go, water pump. Just because the steel water pump can be used to make water tanks. It's literally the only thing it's really useful for me at this point. To keep this from filling up too much with any one thing, there's a void upgrade, and of course, 2 diamonds. And as you can see, it's been going for quite a while, and there's a lot of stuff in here. From over 1,000 analog circuits. So I never really have to worry about these again. This stack of blaze rods is full, bunch of bronze already, almost full on diamonds, bunch of emeralds, bunch of gold, bunch of iron, bunch of redstone, bunch of steel, bunch of tin. You know, a lot of materials that are useful here. Then we have the things that you can make from some of those things already anyways, but like, you know, bronze gear, copper gear, steel rotor, which I just talked about, like all of this stuff, which is, you know, and like this just makes it super easy, you know, and like because of this, I can better to find the recipe through here. You know, like now I can make an infinite amount of item pipes because I'm already getting steel gears and I'm getting infinite bronze now. So I can very easily make bronze curved plates. I can also make steel machine casings infinitely now because I'm getting both the steel plate and the steel gear. And I can make fluid pipes infinitely because I'm getting the bronze copper rotors, which is why that's literally the only reason those are included, because of this, and glass pane, which I'm getting the glass for or sand for. Currently, I'm getting the sand to make into glass. Once I have more power over there, I'll be able to make glass directly. You know, like, the only real use for these is fluid pipes, so that's why I got copper rotors going. Oh, and the water pump, I guess. So yeah, and like now because I'm getting infinite motors, one thing I can do. I need a pipe to show this off. Oh, I know a pipe that has one. I can just add a stack of motor to pipes, and now they move much faster / more stuff at a time. So yeah, that's kind of what I was working on. You know, even though the auto chicken setup in the back is definitely kind of new enough stuff that I could have done it on stream. I've done chickens before, you know, I've talked about this here. This is just this setup expanded. So I didn't really feel the need to talk about it that much. But, yeah, I guess that's all of that stuff talked about. I don't think anything has changed with the pressure over here. No. That's the same. Sorry, I was dealing with a nail. So final thing to talk about, I guess. I spent the time collecting every single ingredient, I guess, item necessary to make all of these, including 2 centrifuges, because I want to have one that is just being supplied with constant lava. That way I have infinite copper, infinite aluminum, and infinite chromium. Obviously these only have a % chance of happening, but because it'll be happening infinitely over time, I will just accumulate aluminum and chromium. Funnily enough, I don't actually think chromium has many uses in ingot form. I guess you can make plates. How you make highly advanced machine hulls. Okay, so it does have some use in ingot form there. Chromium large plate does not seem to have uses. This is where the real uses come in, I think. Yeah, you can combine it to make Kanthal, stainless steel. So that's where its real uses come out. Electric compressor. So currently I'm with the steel compressor. We're going to be upgrading to make our entire system electric, so that will include the cutting machine as well. Mixer. We already have one mixer. This will just be changing it so that I have 2 mixers. One, I guess, will be for the lubricant, I think. I think that's my plan. I don't know. I'm probably going to end up doing a bunch of reorganizing off stream once I have these made. electric wire mill. Already have one of those in steel, so this is the upgrade for that. Alloy smelter. Bending machine. And this is a new one, the chemical reactor, which we need to make stuff like the silicone, and more specifically, ethanol. I guess. Yeah, the ethanol to ethylene to polyethylene. Just to make this, you need the chemical reactor. To make this, you need... I guess you could just make it with a distillery. Oh, but I don't have this, so... To use it, I need ethanol. And to get this is actually why I made the distillery in the first place. Sugar solution into ethanol. To get sugar solution, you just use a mixer. So what I'll probably end up doing is having one mixer supply the distillery. Yeah, I'll probably just have it do the lubricant and distillery. And then finally, the vacuum freezer, which you need for annealed copper, chromium. Well, actually, we're going to be getting chromium via a chemical reactor with the infinite lava. Kanthal, platinum, stainless steel, and superconductor titanium again? Oh no, platinum was the first one I saw. Cryo fluid, liquid air. I'm already getting infinite rubber. I don't need that. Don't need that. Probably don't need to do this. Getting infinite obsidian already. Yeah, so it's mostly just all these stainless, or all of these hot ingots. This is how you get them turned back into regular. So, yeah. Yeah, and I already have the other blocks needed. This is 20, and you saw 33 there. Some of them come from completing. That gets you to 28. And then I just subtracted 5 because you need item and fluid inputs and outputs. So I was just like, oh, I don't actually need to get all the way up to 33. I can just stop at 20. Much aluminum. I don't have much aluminum left, so this is... Oh yeah, something else I had was I made a bunch of gold drills. Like, there's 340 left, 2 stacks in here, and I already have 18 netherite. This was the main reason I did this, because it doesn't have a lot more uses for me. It's actually surprisingly not a very useful thing. Just gonna use it to make netherite dust, which has a couple uses with this, but not many. Netherite ingots. Yeah, so there was stuff like stack upgrades and such that I figured I'd probably want to make a few of them with netherites. Is there anything else? I already have all my tools and stuff upgraded. Any disc housing? I felt like there was something else I wanted. Maybe it really was just a few more upgrade stuff like that. How many does this take? This takes a lot. But yeah, you know, I just figured, I might as well spend some time making this. This was after I'd got the infinite going, so it's like, well, I have infinite tin coming in, so I don't have to worry about tin and infinite rubber coming in, so I don't have to worry about tin cables, infinite analog circuits being made, infinite motors being made. I can make an infinite amount of pipes. I have infinite iron coming in, so it's like all of this, definitely infinite. All of this is made of gold, so it's infinite because I'm getting infinite gold. So it's like, hey, I can just make myself a bunch of gold drills. And that's what I did. Whoops. Yeah, so now all of that is infinite. Um, so let's get to work on these things. Presser, cutting machine, mixer, wire mill, alloy smelter, bending machine, and everything left now is because each of these is going to need an MV advanced. It's going to need an advanced machine hull so that they can run on MV energy. So oh, and as you can see in here, I've already made a bunch of item pipes and fluid pipes. Just so that I won't need to make any for a long while. As you can see, I have one extra. These, which will eventually be used. So build this here. If I remember right, this is built like this. This feels just a little bit cramped. I might have the shape wrong. Let me just, yeah, I have the shape wrong. So I got a text I have to respond to. How do the recipes for this work? Is it just item or fluid in? Or item and fluid in? No, it's never an item and a fluid. It's just... Do I care about any of the fluid in recipes? I do. Cryo fluid is useful. Cryo fluid is the only one that's useful. So I do need fluid in and I do need fluid out. Specifically for stuff like this, which requires cryo fluid. This, which requires cryo fluid. Guessing these recipes are worth using it for. Probably for speed. Because your only other option is 12.5 seconds each. Yeah, so I guess eventually, once you're doing heat exchanging, it's probably better to just only do... I mean, I guess you'd have to make 2 heat exchangers. Then you'd be able to cool down your ingots and do a bunch of other stuff. Sec. So... I'm gonna put my item input and output here. Input fluid in item output. Steel input. Sorry, fluid input. Where do I want this? I like the idea of doing them here, so it would be fluid input, fluid output. Do I care where I put these? Where do I currently have them? Packer. What am I going to be using the most? I don't know. I guess for now I'll just put them all in the freezer. And as you can see, I've prepared a bunch of raw iron specifically for the centrifuge so that I can make manganese, go through this process because we'll need it for titanium. And we need it for stainless steel. And we'll probably need a lot of stainless steel throughout this because it's also useful for Kanthal. So yeah, I've prepared a lot of manganese. Sorry, not a lot of manganese, a lot of raw iron to be turned into manganese. So off stream, what I'm probably going to end up doing is I've discovered that this actually fits inside my house. Should fit the vertical. Oh, actually, wait, no. Will it fit the vertical? I have to look at something. I discovered it was how much? 88 blocks tall, I think, and the house was 89. So that means it'll only fit to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, maybe it does still fit. To quickly grab 12 blocks tall, right? 3 times 4 is 12. Need to go 1 block higher. Ah, oh, it's so close to fitting. If I'd only made my house a... Dang it. If I'd only made my house a little bit taller. Okay, so I'm not putting it in my house. I originally thought it would be fun to just move this inside to the back and set up this entire automated system based on that. But it won't fit in there anymore, or now I've realized it won't fit in there. So what I'll probably end up doing is leaving this part alone and moving the boiler over to here and the steam tank, or the large tank full of steam, over to here a bit more. Tearing this down, tearing these down, tearing all of this down, and reworking it all. And I'll just leave those where they are. That'll probably be an off-stream project because I'm going to have to spend quite a bit of time moving things, unless I just can't figure out what to do. But I have quite a few things I can do now, such as... Do I want to change these into electric on stream? That'd probably be the smart thing to do. Gives me a thumbnail opportunity. Most of these don't really have any filters going on, do they? Huh. Is there a reason that I think I just saw that turn itself on? Oh, it's... I know what's happening. I need to grab more motors. Gotta pull stuff out faster. Now this should be able to go continuously without running into that problem. We give it a second. So it's just about to finish now. Oh, so it fills up every single time. That's annoying, but I can't really fix that in any meaningful way. So... what was that for? The compressor? Makes sense. So... you know what? I actually know how I'm going to do this. There we go. That's a much better way to do it. Out. We need to put this redstone away so that we don't keep making lubricant because we are about to destroy this. So really, these water things should all be moved back here somewhere. These hook stuff should all be moved back here as well with its own item pipes, and then the rest of the item stuff should all be put somewhere else. That's kind of too much to worry about at the moment. Where do I all need steam? Well, I don't need any of this steam anymore, so I can leave that connected to itself. Whoops, I need to use the wrench for this. disconnect all of this steam. There we go. So, since I'm not going to take the time to do all of this on stream, I only need to worry about realizing now I need more dirt. Okay. We can put that there. Compressor there. So the compressor sometimes goes into the wire mill, sometimes it goes into the cutting machine. Sometimes it goes into the bending machine. Actually, does it ever go into the cutting machine? I don't think so. This is always like ingots, isn't it? Ingots and rods. So this needs to be beside the wire mill and the bending machine, because both of these put stuff take from this sometimes. The cutting machine takes from itself. Bending machine takes from the cutting machine sometimes. This is the wrong place for that. So we can go with this order. Compressor, bending machine, cutting machine. There we go. So one of these centrifuges is just going to be taking lava, but the other one is going to have to handle a variety of stuff. Including dust mostly and raw, so it doesn't need to worry about uh, taking from anything. Actually, I don't want this here. I want this here. Wire mill comes after compressor. The cutting machine only takes ingots and itself. The wire mill takes plates. The bending machine takes plates, and so this has to be after the compressor and the cutting machine. Cutting machine just needs ingots. The bending machine, sorry, the compressor just needs ingots. The wire mill needs plates. And the bending machine also needs plates. But it also needs this. So I'm just going to put it there. Yeah. Chemical reactor needs plate stuff, liquid stuff. Am I just going to redo this and put the steam back? Oh, don't actually want to do that. Unless, do I use that mixer to supply to this and this? So the distillery goes to... So it needs a sugar solution, so it needs a mixer near to it. The centrifuge needs a mixer near to it, I believe. One of them does. Chemical reactor also needs a mixer near to it. As well as the electrolyzer. So that's 4 things which all need the mixer near it. Centrifuge. And that goes to there. Do I have any other colored pipes? I have a bunch of blue ones still. Okay. So where's the... There it is. We want these to be super low priority. Super low priority, force that to super high priority. Out, super high priority. And we already have this at high priority. So, there we go. There we go. This is now getting the steam it needs. Creosote oil. It'll need redstone again. And then it also needs... not that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. We will add... There we go. That'll make a bunch of lubricant. Centrifuge. Distillery. One sec, I'm getting a phone call. Actually, never mind. It doesn't seem like it's important. Oh, the distillery can't accept... Interesting. I mean, that's fine. These aren't supposed to be connected anyways. So... Now it can still pull out of those. And now I need to connect these over to here. So I need to get a bunch of item pipes for that. Perfect. That is all of these powered. Let's continue our... That's already out. I assume the centrifuge sometimes output... Yeah, I know it outputs solids. Distillery only outputs liquids. So maybe I should move this. Do I need anything from the centrifuge in either of those? Heavy water goes into electrolyzer. Chemical reactor. So I could put either of these over there. It doesn't really matter. Do I need either of them more immediately into the centrifuge? The mixer outputs items, this outputs items. Distillery only takes liquid stuff, so it doesn't need any of this item piping. And this had to do with the electrolyzer, I think. I'm almost definitely going to have to move this. Well, I'll have to move it at the same time as when I move everything else here. This is kind of just a temporary setup. So I want this over the compressor. And this over everything else. Two more chests. Okay. Now I need to put this somewhere. I guess there for now. So, the final thing to do is set up my infinite lava thing. What does lava have? The redstone soldering alloy. Where is lava buckets? Some minor uses. Nether star, but I don't really need any of those. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of uses for lava, so it's perfectly fine, I think, for me to just use this for this. So I need it to intake lava and energy. And it will be outputting items. I take these out and put them into here. To wait, because I want to have these locked down before I lock anything. Once I see a chromium nugget, then I will... Or I suppose I could do it this way. Then I get a stack of motors. Now I'm just really hoping that my system can take handling all of these electric machines at the same time. Maybe not if all of them were running all at the same time, but it seems to handle different ones fine. Still no chromium. Well, I'm realizing I don't actually need to lock it, I guess. Because it will just keep pulling it out all the time. So I can also set this to blacklist and just remove those. So now I should technically be getting infinite copper, infinite aluminum, and less necessarily infinite sulfur. Also much slower, infinite chromium. I have to go AFK now. I guess the last thing I'll do is put the stuff in the other centrifuge I have here. Place this with a gold one. This. The final thing before I go AFK will be to put all of this iron into the centrifuge. So I'll have to put a bunch of redstone in there as well. Just for the ruby dust. Pipe into there with the crushed dust stuff. List. Crushed manganese. In fact, I should theoretically be able to just put all of these on this list. And now it will always prioritize this one first, right? Yeah, we can put these on this list just to ensure that they go to the right place. Should the manganese dust not have made it through by now? Oh, that's not where it goes. Okay. Well, macerate, 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 macerate. So it goes coal, diamond, emerald, lapis, that stuff, quartz, redstone. I can use this setup anyways for now. Just on the off chance it is useful. Emerald, lapis, monzonite, quartz, redstone. Don't need to worry about salt. Okay, I have to go for now. Well, not go. I have to go AFK for now. I will be back in probably 15 minutes. I just realized I might have forgot to clear up space. I did. Let's quickly get rid of that. There we go. Sorry. Check my storage. I brought my lunch. Well, I don't normally have lunch, but I decided to eat something. So I brought that with me today, or right now. And my game crashed. How fortunate. I should check what recipes have water in them, so that I know what machines might need it, and maybe decide which of my mixers I should put it in. Just gonna put that screen up until I get my game loading up. Wrong thing, wrong thing. Sorry, ignore the ending screen. Okay, let's try loading in a second time now. Oh hey, we finally have chromium. Before we can continue, let's do what I said I was gonna do. So, really? You need a steel mixer to make rice slime balls? So you need in the electrolyzer for hydrogen and oxygen, electric mixer for that, distillery for distilled water. So the chemical reactor, we need it for sulfuric acid. So it's H3O What's sulfur in the periodic table? Potassium chloride. You got for ethanol. Okay, so it's pretty useful in the chemical reactor. Can be used in the centrifuge. I also recently saw a YouTube short about fusion reactor stuff, and I noticed it bared some similarity to some of this nuclear reactor stuff. Specifically, what was it that I remember. It was to do with deuterium and tritium. Deuterium and tritium were involved as well. Oh, as well as... No, I think they talked about helium-4, not helium-3. But it involved using helium-4. It didn't mention anything about helium plasma, but it did mention deuterium and tritium. Oh, it literally says fusion reactor, so they definitely did some amount of research when it came to this entire process. Sugar solution. I feel like I should, let's see, what do we do with this? What was it powering? Let's see if we can redo these. So, that one's already being powered. We need something to power that. Something to power those. Assume we have to put it near this block. So... yeah, sure, whatever. don't think we need to put any into the distillery, but chemical reactor, electric mixer, electrolyzer, centrifuge. Okay, now we need somewhere where we can see these from, which does not appear to be a good place. Yeah, I guess this'll have to do. Go into here, and then we can swap these around to make them. Let's grab a stack of redstone. Okay. Um. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Before that gets started. There we go. Oh, you need 6. Well, I can put that back for now then. You gotta go sleep. So we need to make this in the chemical reactor and then put it into the electrolyzer. Bunch more of that. So now we need to make stainless steel. Definitely going to need to find a way to semi-automate this. So we have an infinite amount of chromium, though it does happen slowly, so that's one way to do that part of the automation. We have an infinite amount of sulfur, but that's pretty much the only way to do that. We have an infinite amount of water, and sugar we can probably get infinitely. There's definitely... Actually, no, we definitely can't because of beets. So, yeah, we can definitely figure out a way to automate all of that. Or to at least produce it in mass amounts, if not automated. We should probably work on getting this pretty quickly. I mean, compared to a bunch of these other things. That's gonna be difficult. So it won't be too easy, I don't think. Diesel, diethyl ether. Might have to go this route, which I don't really want to do. Ethanol, we've already talked about automating. Oxygen, propene, what you get from steam and naphtha, what you get from sulfuric naphtha, what you get from crude oil. Shale oil. Kanthal. Get this, which stainless steel dust, chromium dust, and aluminum dust. We have a lot of aluminum. We can get chromium dust, so we will just need stainless steel, which also requires chromium. Iron dust, we have a lot of nickel dust. So we need to get manganese. Um, so this would take water, sugar. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, no, that is this. Sulfuric crude oil, hydrogen. So water, sulfur dust, and oxygen. Oxygen we can get from liquid air. So we would have to put water into an electrolyzer, pump the oxygen into a chemical reactor, add more water and sulfur. I don't know. I don't know what to do with the hydrogen. That's probably what we would want to do with it. What? Oh, I might have just got the hiccups. I feel like once you get quantum to the quantum area, your best bet is probably to just rush the replicator. Get the 4 quantum circuits, a quantum machine hull. Which requires 1 more quantum circuit. Once you're working with this stuff. That's 8 more. I feel like that's going to be the easiest part of this. Yeah, I guess I gotta started working on this. So, chemical reactor, grab sulfur, start pumping in water, and start pumping in the oxygen. Okay, so it's that one. Oxygen, water. Now we're making sulfuric acid, which we have to put into a chemical reactor again. So I need a tank. Now we're getting sulfuric acid into there. Probably have enough to fill even more than just this tank. Oh, I see, I already added some. What happens if I add... Does this get used for anything else? No, it's literally just that, which makes this recipe kind of useless. This could be used to make potassium chloride and ethyl benzene, and vinyl chloride, which is used to make polyvinyl chloride, which is used to make processing stuff for the next tier. This is for HV stuff. Or is it for EV stuff? No. Looks like that's for EV stuff. That's the very end of EV. This is for HV stuff. Gotcha. Okay. Peroxide. Well, it's probably used for various recipes. Not really. Hydrochloric acid, hydrogen. Genuinely might not even take the time to turn this into... Like, it's 1 to make 9,000 millibuckets. To make 3 times 9 is... Well, it's 3 times 9 divided by 9, so it's 3 ingots worth. or 3 dusts worth, which is like nothing. So I'm just going to take this, pop it in there, and never use it. Because it is such a slow process, even compared to this. Like the time it would take. Well, sorry, it would be 3 ingots worth per, and at 36, that would be. What would that be? 90 plus 18, 108 ingots? Or 108 dust? Yeah, it just doesn't seem worth it. When it's such a complicated process compared to this. Okay, we're gonna go grab a bunch of these. We don't need milk, so we're not storing that anymore. Ow. There we go. Yeah, we've taken like none of that oxygen out, and we're already at almost 2 buckets worth. We're gonna stop providing oxygen. How do you pick up more than just 1 bucket's worth? Well, let's just go get a bucket and do it that way then. There we go. Is there any more processing to do with it? Because the sulfur seems less like a unprocessed and more like a just remains as dust. That still needs more processing. Tin, yeah. Yeah, nickel. So 5 per 1,000. Which means it is 12 times 5 is 60. So I should still have more than enough sulfur in here for the amount of oxygen. Uh, and this doesn't combine with water, right? No, not without ethylene. That is a worthless recipe. That's not worthless. That's probably not worthless. That's probably not worthless. How much does this get you? 1,000 for 3,000? Just 2,500 millibuckets. Just 18. Eh. Despite having only a few recipes, it's not entirely worthless. HV, LV. QV, even though it doesn't say QV. I can now make tanks super easily. Because it's just machine casings and glass. The hardest part is this, which is still super easy because I can make that easy, that easy. I have infinite tin, so technically this isn't too bad. Infinite tin, motors, pipes. So yeah, I can make an infinite amount of those pretty easily if I want to. I don't think I'm using any other liquids with enough frequency to make any of them worth it, but like, I can. However, as I approach higher tiers of so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should be that much more. Who's there? Add that to the list. Let's add that to the list. Don't need to add this to the list, I don't think, because that can't be macerated, so. Take that with us. Well, we are getting lots of sulfur. Just an unnecessary amount, really. What does this get used for again? Stainless steel rod to make magnetic stainless steel rods. Superconductor dust. Okay. Yttrium, iridium, advanced motor. Yield copper. All this has to come from somewhere, right? There we go. Oxygen and copper dust. Once you get to Kanthal tier. Well, I definitely have the copper dust for it, and I also have quite a bit of oxygen. It's also pretty easy to make more. Yttrium. andesite dust, which we get from this. Really only goes in towards making superconductor dust. Iridium, which we get from raw iridium. Which we get from ores. It doesn't seem like we need blocks or nuggets for anything. So we just need the dust itself, and we only really need that for this. So literally most of superconductor stuff just comes from a couple things. Monzonite and iridium. You have to make the annealed. This is pretty simple to make. Then once you get this, yeah, so this only has a couple uses. So then you get plates for stuff. So it's super simple to make, and it only really has a couple uses. You save 8 plates for that chest plate. Well, actually, don't even save it. You just make that chest plate whenever you want, I guess, whenever you get the stuff for it. And then it's only useful for superconductor cable. Which is the first time you actually need to get into using the assembler for cables. Which sucks just a little bit. The other thing is qubits. Tin, flue pipe, small heat exchanger, stainless steel, advanced pump, infar. Interesting, interesting. Fluorite, I still don't think I've ever figured out what I do. Oh yeah, I have to go to mechanism. You use it to make the chemical crystallizer, and then you put it into the chemical dissolution chamber, and you can get hydrofluoric acid. Make uranium hexafluoride. Hydrofluoric acid, which can be turned into liquid, which doesn't have many uses, or any uses. So the only thing this is useful for is uranium hexafluoride, which becomes liquid uranium hexafluoride. Sorry, you just leave it as uranium. You put it into isotope centrifuge, which makes fissile fuel, nuclear fission. Cool. In and do that. And then we add that, and this goes into the electrolyzer. In. What am I missing? Electrolyzer, manganese, sulfuric solution. It should be working. Why isn't it working? I'll keep one on me still. Oh, this isn't connected to the energy. That's why it's not working. There we go. So confused for a second. And now the easiest way to check that we're still getting enough energy is to check these things. They're still good, which means so are we. Wonder if location has an effect on temperature, because this one needs heat level 7 just to stay at the right temperature, whereas all of these required heat level 5. Oh, we ran out of blaze rods somehow? I gotta jumpstart the system. I almost want to connect this one specifically to that system. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do that. Copper nickel. Let's get 2 stacks just in case. And this is when this becomes useful. Yeah, interesting. Can I don't know if I can make this jump. I think I can. I think I just have to be crafty about it. Okay, so okay, now we run back. There we go. So, put that grass away, put that stone away. Take out a stack of these to jumpstart the rest of the system. And then we're going to have to figure out what's going wrong. There we go. Yeah, I set this to highest priority, so it should have been doing fine. Need a grass block. One problem with my system as it currently is that it takes forever to reboot itself because it has to fill all of these up. All of the chickens out of these. I have to grab a bunch of chickens to put in them. I can't do that yet because I need the system to be fully recharged. So it'll be a blaze rod, diamond, emerald, flint, gold, iron, diamond, iron, gold, emerald, log, flint, sand. I need to grab another sand one. Redstone. Oh, an obsidian one. I have the quartz one going. Didn't realize that. Maybe I'll turn this one off. That'll be fine then. Because none of the eggs will be getting through, so it can just restore itself, and I don't need the quartz. Why is this one so low if... the system not fully recover... Do these still use energy even when they're... No. Okay. Well, we're just gonna leave that for a while. Cycle that back into it. Start on the next one. I think I can go put one of these tanks away. So it's all dependent on this right now. So I can put another one of these in here, grab a fluid pipe, One sec, I have to borrow this. That back up. Most unnecessarily convoluted setup possible. There we go. Now the sulfuric acid will all just go back to here. Okay, now we can put this in a mixer with our chromium, nickel, and manganese, and iron. So it's a 1-to-1 on the nickel and chromium. And 6 times on the nickel. Sorry, not nickel, iron. I'll take from the iron that's already over here first. There's nothing going on in here right now, right? Stainless steel dust. Manganese 16. So that will be 9 dust plus. Sorry, no, that'll be 1 dust? What do you make? That's 9 plus. $15. Toss that into this mixer. 15 times 6 is 30 times 3, so we want to grab another stack of ironish. See, we did not mean to make Invar. Is it just one more? So we need a lot of chromium and a lot of aluminum. But what are the things we could do with Kanthal right now? Literally just the wire. And we need 8. It's 16, so we need to make 24 mobile wireless charging station. Charging station. Local wireless charging station. So this is MV, HV, and EV? Is this just for charging your inventory or something like that? Like, I don't know what it does. So, you make 8, you get 8, I need 24. That means I need to make 16 of these, which means I need to make 16 times 8 is 64 of these, which means I need to make 8 recipes worth of these. 8 times 3 is 24 Kanthal wire, divided by 2 is 12 plates, which comes from 12 ingots. Which means I need to make this 4 times. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Recipe is so slow. Can I? Since we don't really need the Kanthal for anything else, I suppose the rest of this can be made into stainless steel. And then stainless steel ingots. Goes the recharge. Very poorly. What is using so much energy? What is this system attached to? It's just this stuff, and none of it's using energy right now. It connects in there, so if we start by temporarily removing each section, is it just out of... Right, this system takes so much to charge itself back up. I need to get a stack of coke. Coke blocks, where are you? Hopefully one stack will be enough to get this entire system going. This doesn't have the blaze rod block that another mod pack I played has. It's very nice because you could then convert blaze rods, which you could also make automatically in that mod pack, into blaze blocks and just use the blocks, which would be more powerful, but can't do that. I almost need to do this exact same system over there and power it via creosote oil, via cold chicken. And then also have like an input items and power extra via coal blocks, or not coal blocks, coal coke blocks. I don't know. Stainless steel hot ingots, and we can put this into this a little bit more. Item pipe. Let's add these into the system so that they can also change that into stainless steel. I need like an electrical generator that... Actually, no, I should be able to kickstart the blaze rod production now, because this is maxed. So I should be able to pop that in, get this going, and this. I guess maybe I should also hook up these to that system and disconnect them from this system entirely. That way this entire system isn't reliant upon itself. It's reliant upon a different system entirely. uh with slot locking? Still want to get that Kanthal going. Definitely stretching this system to its limits. Modern industrialization book? I think there is. Immersive engineering. There's... What does this say about Kanthal? Steel, high pressure, fluid pipe speed. Transfer all these multiple thousands of millibuckets of steam every tick. The answer is with regular fluid pipes. Each fluid pipe has an internal buffer of exactly 1 bucket. Multi-blocks. Well, that was useless. Do I have another ingot yet? I have another ingot. Yay! I am so close to Kanthal. $16,000. So it's only every. Wow, no wonder this process is so slow. It makes 9,000 millibuckets at a time and transfers that into such a tiny amount of nuggets. Seriously. I didn't have any other uses for this, right? I'll make more at another time. This is definitely one of those things where it sucks in the early part, but the more time I spend online doing things without chromium, the better this becomes because I'll have a constant supply. "68 blocks of copper and 9 blocks of aluminum so far." I don't have any aluminum in here. I could add my copper. You know, maybe when I move this system around to produce, or to be more tight packed over there, I'll move all of this stuff inside. Oh, one thing. I can swap from an electric blast furnace to just an electric furnace. Sorry, no. I can make the large electric furnace because uh that's a thing I can do, or that's what I can compare it to my current system. That's how I should phrase this. And it should be able to do everything my furnaces can currently do. And let's see, it takes 8. So that will be... what's the shape of this? One row of these with the large electric furnace on the bottom. So that's 8, plus that would be 9. Put one of these in the middle and then this around it. That would be 9 from here. So it would be 1 of these on the bottom, plus 8 of these, plus 1 of these, plus 9 of these. 8 plus 1 plus 9 is... that would be 18. And 8 of these. It must be empty in the center. So it's a 3 by 3 setup with an empty middle block. And I don't need 17 because I need an input and an output. So it would be that many. So, first thing we're going to do is make this. Copper nickel, that will take. Okay. Compressor. 1 extra copper nickel. You know what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get rid of my extra copper nickel wire by making 3 more. Wire mill. Wire mill. There we go. Polarizer. Okay, so now we need to make that, which is even more of these. So we need 2 of these, which means there. Okay, so to make 2 of these, we need. We're gonna need a lot of tin cables. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1. Let's do that. Okay, put these through the packer. So 2 stacks of ingots becomes 4 stacks of wires. Do 1 more stack so that it becomes 6 stacks of wires. Becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whole wacko load of. Oh, that's another thing to macerate. Press. I just heard a wandering trader somewhere. Oh, that's where he is. This is nice. Look how fast that's going. It's reached maximum speed now, and it's just zooming. See, now is when I need to start adding a bunch of motors onto this stuff. Okay, let's add that. Wire mill, add that, add those, and we're gonna go get some motors. Just as many as I can fit in my inventory for now. Okay. Right, more motors. Three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Good. 1, 2, 3. 3, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So based off what it said about fluid pipes, it seems like you want long chains of fluid pipes as opposed to short things like I'm doing. Because its pipe rate is directly related to its size. So this can only pipe 1 bucket at a time. This can pipe, what is that, 3 pipes? 3 buckets at a time? Limited, of course, by the machine it's trying to pipe into or from. Do I want to do that for anything else? I've already done it for a lot of that. It's not really needed for that. That's just slowly working its way past everything. This goes into a mixer. That will make my Kanthal. This goes into the thingy here. Okay, so that's 2 ingots per furnace, and it's 2 ingots per recipe, So that means it's 2 recipes. Alloy. And that will be that part. Where do I want to build this furnace? I guess since the plan is to try and reorganize that spot, I will continue to expand over to here. Read them in and out. We'll do it like that. Gonna have to make a new one of those. But that shouldn't be too bad. Not since I'm now getting infinite aluminum. Not all hot. Let's put this through the compressor. Let's go put the stainless steel in here. Stainless steel gears. High pressure large steam, high pressure advanced large steam, distillation, distillation, distillation. So we're gonna want to jump straight to the biggest one if we can. Why waste time with the small boys? High pressure large steam boiler. High pressure advanced large steam boiler. HV diesel generator. Stainless steel drill head. I'm super close to being able to make these. I can already pretty much make this stuff. Oh, never mind. No, I can't. I have to do that stuff. This is probably a part of HV, I'm gonna guess. Okay, so now 8 becomes 16. This becomes 18. 18 over 3 is 6. But it makes 3, so that's... So this becomes 2, so that becomes 6. So 3 ingots becomes 6 wires, becomes 6... electric pipes? What are they called? Cables. right? 1 becomes 2. 1 to 1, so that becomes... So 3 becomes 6 of these, and I need 16 of them. Compress all of them. This 8 would only give me 15 rest, or 15, which would only give me 15, so I have to make extra. Put those through the wire mill. And put those through the polarizer. Okay. So that's that part of that recipe done. Let's get the tin going now. 2, 3, 4. Plus, then I need that center thing, which means I need an additional 1, 2, 3. Plus, I need 2 redstone batteries, which means I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's those done. Analog circuit time. 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, I need to make this twice, which means I need an additional 3 plus an additional 4. I need 20. To put these through the compressor. Let's put these through the wire mill. Working on 2 separate things at the same time. Well, technically it's for the same thing, I guess, so. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 24, 32. I guess it chose to eat something else before it chose to eat this. Good to know. Now I need 2 hoppers. Steel item input. Input, output. Do that. Take those, and take that. I have to put those in still. I needed a copper nickel cable. There we go. And that. One, two, three, four, five, six. Give it a 7, 8. Okay, and bending machine. 1, 2, 3, 4. An extra one of those. We have the 8 plates for that going, which means I need to get that going. One, two, three. Extra one of those. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And I'll need 5, 10, 15, another 20. 9, 18, 20. Bending machine. Kanthal. So that means I need 6 times 6 is 36. Cable. Electrum. Oh, so it's aluminum, Kanthal. Okay, this has to be annealed copper, right? Like, it's gotta be copper dust, which I'm getting infinite copper, and oxygen, which I can find a way to get infinite of, you know, like centrifuging liquid air. Compared to platinum, which you get from this process. Yeah, like, it's just gotta be the copper. $3.27 million FE per tick. Presumably FE to EU is the same. So that beats out most of these, but not this one. Probably, I don't know what G here means. They're also the only cables able to power modern industrialization machines, of course. Well, if I start producing power in mechanism for my mechanism stuff instead of just using this, depends what I feel like or what I can produce more power in at any given time. I severely miscalculated that. I need a lot more Kanthal. Fortunately, I already have enough for my next 4. So let's go get my Kanthal cables back. So 4 stainless steel and aluminum. So I need to make a lot more stainless steel now because I've already turned all of my previous stuff into. So I need to grab. Oh, this is so fucking expensive. This is going to take me a while. And I have to make 16 total. Luckily, after the first 8, I could swap this over. Actually, what I could do is take some of this and... Oh, can you not... Oh yeah, you can macerate it. So, that gives you 3 Kanthal. So that's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to macerate. So, I did 4 last time, thinking that would be enough for some stupid reason. So that gave me 12, which gave me 2 blocks plus 2 cables. Block is 8 cables, so that was 16. That was 18 from 4, and it used up all of it. 18 cables from 4, which means it was 9 for 2. Actually, wait, let's just figure out how many more blocks we need. We need 6 blocks for what we currently have, and 8 more for the other thing. So that's 14 blocks. It takes 8 cables for each, but we already have 2. So that means I need 110 more cables. For each cable, it takes 3 wires. Sorry. It's roughly a 1-to-1. So however many cables I need is how many wires I need. So I need 110 wires. I get 2 wires per plate, so I only need 55 plates. This is a 1 ingot thing. It's a 1-to-1 for ingot to plates, so I need 55 ingots, which means I need 55 dust. Which means getting 3 dust per recipe, I need to do 19 recipes. Which means I need 19 stainless steel dust. Okay, let's macerate this and then grab the same amount of aluminum so that way I know how much I need. And before I get started on the next batch, let me just make an additional 5. That is still going. I don't think I have any other use for this, right? Yeah, no, I don't. Well, I do have more uses for this. Put it in an EBF Kanthal tier, which is what I'm going to get soon. And that can let me get to titanium stuff, which is down through this. So you need that for large advanced motors, titanium drill heads. Consumes helium plasma and produces 100k EU per millibucket. Okay, let's take this Kanthal dust and turn it into hot ingots. So I have enough to do pretty much 11. So it consumes 500 sulfuric solution for each recipe. Which means something, I guess. I guess it means with 32,000, it will consume until it reaches 2,500. So that means until it reaches 29,500 used. 29,500 divided by 500, 295 divided by 5. What's 100 over 5? 20? So that's 20, 40, 60 minus 1 is 59. Recipes worth. Or almost 4 stacks. Let's go take a check on the chickens. Redstone, gold, iron, diamond, emerald, log. I have no way to tell what one was supposed to be there. Flint, I assume this is the obsidian one. Ghast, glowstone, gunpowder, slime, sand. How much has this consumed? Most of it so far. Okay, I think I have a idea to keep that going better. I will need this chest. I will this item pipe. 2 stacks of that. We tell it to put blaze rods in here. That's what I meant to bring with me. Stack upgrades. I was going to tell it to just absolutely fill this chest. You know what? Whitelist. Sure. Blacklist. There we go. Grab a second black chicken, not black, obsidian chicken, and 2 upgrades. It is going to have as much blaze rods stored as it possibly can. I see, so the other diamond chicken was pretty much dead. Wrong thing. So, this chest can now hold 16,000 blade rods per stack at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stacks per row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it seems like. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a 9 times 9. It's 81 stacks it can hold times 16,000 and what was it? 384. So this can now hold 1,327,104 blaze rods. If that is not enough to supply, I don't think anything will be. Assuming it doesn't consume more than it uses. Sorry, more than it gets back. Once those cokes run out, it will have a nigh infinite supply of blaze rods. Okay, hopefully the chickens don't die again. I don't know what to refer to that as. Oh, to remember those things as well. It's more organized. gonna need to eventually create long process chains that handle making specific things for me. That will involve a lot of duplicates of special things like the chemical reactor and electrolyzer, centrifuge, maybe mixers if necessary. Because as it currently stands, I need one set chemical reactor making sulfuric acid, one making the manganese solution, and then the electrolyzer making the manganese tiny dust, and then I need that that sulfuric acid to go back into the one making the solution, and to prioritize the stuff coming in. And I'll probably move that to the back there once I'm in HV and I've upgraded that side to HV and I've upgraded that side to the next boiler. Then I'll probably swap that over to that side and just have this infinite stuff join the other infinite stuff. So that's going to be 24, which will become 48 wires, which will become 48 cables, which will become 6 more blocks. Hey, how perfect. Okay, now we add this to the compressor. So it's going to be 48 over 3 is 16. 30 plus 18 is 48, so that's 16 times 6 is 32, times 3 is 64 and a half stack for 96. So chromium ingot becomes 3 Kanthal, becomes 3 Kanthal ingots, becomes 3 plates, becomes 6 wires, becomes 6 blocks. Sorry, not 6 blocks, becomes 1 block. No. Becomes 6 cables, becomes 0 blocks. So 1 block is made every 2 ingots, but there's leftovers. You get 4 leftovers, which means every 4 ingots you get, right, is it 4 ingots? No, okay, so 6 plus 6 is 0 blocks, plus another 6 is divided by 8, so that leaves you 4. Plus another 6 is 10, leaving you 2. Plus another 6 is 16, giving 2, leaving 0. So it's every 3 ingots. Every 3 ingots you can go make another one. Although I already have 2 left over, so I can actually spend 1. Wire mill. Kanthal. $16, $18. Okay. Now, I want to get... I am going to add 6 stacks into both of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to add 2, 3. I already have motors in the other ones. So this is going to be a race to see which one finishes first. And actually what I should do is just time it. Let's rest. I want to know which is better. My enchanted furnaces or my So I need to see 300 and what was it? 64, 128, 256. $256 plus 128 is 328 plus 56, 376 plus 8, 384, something like that. We are up to almost 50 seconds. We've passed the minute mark. One minute 20. 1 minute 30. 37. 1 minute 39 seconds. 0.97. So taking into account just a bit of human error. Let's just assume 139. So we have to once again beat 1 minute 39 seconds. We are already very high. 224, 288, 352, 384. 21 seconds. So that is significantly faster. And I'd say that's both because it's a fast recipe and 1 second. 6. I should need 12. So these are no longer worth using. Once you have Kanthal coils on an electric blast furnace, you can highly process uranium into He uranium, which will allow you to make an alternate type of passive power using thermoelectric generators. These will passively produce energy based on the difference in temperature of the blocks on the opposite sides of them. For example, lava on one side, ice on the other. Blue ice, block of uranium. So I can now make crystalline silicon. That takes argon. I can now make annealed copper dust, though I need the air intake first. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I need the air intake for oxygen. I can now make superconductor stuff. Titanium, He mox, He uranium, Le mox, Le uranium, platinum, plutonium, titanium, uranium, uranium 235, uranium 238, osmium. This now, the fact that I can now do this means that I can now actually get started on mechanism, kind of, if I want to. Which I will want to soon, definitely, but I don't know if I'll do it yet. That becomes 2 that way. Interesting, so 3 to 4, 1 to 1, 1 to 1, 1, 1.5. So you get the ore. You can make 3 osmium clumps, 4 osmium shards, 2 osmium dusts, 3 raw osmium. If you go 3 raw osmium, let me actually keep track of that. You get 4.5-ish dust per ore. Okay, so that's 1 to 4.5-ish. That's 1 to 4, that's 1 to 3. This is 1 becomes 1,000 buckets. Presumably you need 5,000 millibuckets, and you get 1,000 clean osmium slurry, which gives you 5 osmium crystals. Which gives you 5 osmium shards, which gives you 5 osmium clumps, which gives you 5 dirty osmium, which gives you 5 osmium dust. So it's all of that for 0.5 more. Speed upgrades, electric core, osmium ingots. See, I noticed this one, which you get from having 9 of these. So 1 ore, so 3 ores becomes that could be equal to 13.5, 12. No, there is not any way to game the system here to get infinite osmium. 'Tis sad. But now you can really get going in mechanism and get some of this stuff going. So water becomes brine, brine becomes lithium, and lithium becomes other stuff. So I currently need the alloy kin for Constantine, insulating glass, laze gold. Did I say Constantine? Constantin. Laze gold. I already have a teleporter. Don't need the market. Raw logic maybe. 1 sec, I'm getting a call. I already have a swapper, player accessor, energy transmitter. Laser connector, laser wrench, card holder, card cloner, item card, fluid card, energy card, redstone card. I don't think I need any of this stuff. I already have 2 philosopher stones because I didn't realize where I had set my first one. So I don't think this is that useful to me. HV wire relay. Also don't think I need that. So configurator, I might need, well, how much Constantine do I already have? 2 plus 6 blocks, so that's 6 times 9 is 54, plus 2 is 56. Don't need it for that. Configurator. Reduces charge time on the railgun. Constantine sheet metal. doesn't have any really unique recipes. So literally the only thing I can think that you might want, which I don't actually think you want or care about, is the configurator. And you literally only need 1 ingot for that. It's literally so easy, I can do it now. One iron ingot and a steel plate. Cutting machine. Cutting machine. Yeah, the only thing I can think you would want this for is the mecha tool. Which I don't think I'm gonna need. So, yeah, I don't need Constantine. So the only thing I need this for is if I ever feel like I need more blaze gold than what I currently have. Alright, let's just toss this away. Well, now my house is very empty once again. So, I have to go AFK for a moment. I'll be back soonish. Not gonna be 15 minutes. I'm gonna put that down to 10. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. I didn't even quite realize that it's so close to ending time. Well, ideally, I'll be able to finish the... No, I won't be able to finish the Kanthal in 10 minutes. As ideal as it would be. Um... How am I gonna tear this all down and rebuild it? I think I'm gonna need, like, just a bunch of chests. And I'll put things in a bunch of chests sorted by what they are, I guess. Put this underground. That way this, because the energy has to come into the top here, that way this is underneath the wire. And then I'll just put the chest at ground height. And there will be one chest that is for gears, and it'll automatically output into the regular chest as it already does. What are some ways to make coal? Coal. Tiny coal? No. So if I go via this path, I get 6.5 per thing. If I go this way, I get 4.5. So, over the course of the stream, we managed to get 12 ancient debris. We are up to almost 16 netherite. That is so slow. It is marginally faster than just going to mine it myself. Yes, I was thinking, even though this can't come inside, it's possible some of this stuff could, and I could just have other stuff out here. Like, if I brought all of this in, then does that benefit me much? I guess bring this in, this in, this in, this in, and just leave this stuff for out here. Including those two things, I guess, because they take so long to do their thing. I don't really use this much anymore. Let me... So, blast bricks don't really need them. Molten redstone. It'll still have its uses for when I want to do more in there. It takes 5 seconds to do this. On the one hand, I do have the lava, and this is more effective. On the other hand, I hate this mod pack. Pneumatic craft, I just don't like working with it. Same thing here, I guess. Lead and tin. Not to mention... it can be done without it. And I have infinite tin, so like... why waste the lead? Why waste the lead? I have infinite aluminum, so again, why waste? This would take... This gets you 9 ingots for 4 instead of what I currently have, which is 6 ingots for 1. That is a much better deal. That would be an actual reason to do this. But it takes so much lead. There we go. See, so that's when we actually need it. Yeah, we do need lead for some things. What is this used for? Sugar. Really? All of that for a bit of sugar? I have infinite beats for that. Synthetic oil. Synthetic rubber. I already have infinite rubber, so the only thing I would really use this for is if I wanted solar panels, but these seem really bad. Like 10 minutes? That's nothing. All of this for 10 minutes? Absolute horse scheiße. So like I don't need to use that for anything. So it's really just molten redstone and soldering? Yeah, soldering alloy. Which, like, soldering alloy is, you know, like, both of those have their uses, but there's a better way to get both of them, so, like, I don't know if I actually care about this anymore. I think I kind of have to make myself use pneumatic craft, even though I hate it. Just because it's a better ratio. And it's the same thing for both of them. You know, it's 1 to 90 versus 1 to 180. This is, again, 1 to 180. This is 1 to 90. Bronze-plated bricks. Large steam boiler, large steam furnace, large steam macerator, steam farmer. High pressure, what you get from this, what you get from an advanced large steam boiler, what you get from a large steam boiler. So I already have advanced large twice over. And I'll be able to upgrade each one independently without needing an additional boiler. So I don't need boilers. So I don't need any of this. Steel plated bricks, large steam furnace, steel plated bricks. Already made that, and it's the only thing you need these for. So I don't actually really need... This is the only thing I actually care for these things. The only thing I can do with this stuff is just get more steel upgrades back from them, which I don't really care about doing. But I'm going to take the time to do it anyways. I highly doubt I'm going to make a second macerator. Distillery, mixer. Did I not make an unpacker? I should really do that. Keep all of this. Okay, so I need 2 of these, 2 of these. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4. 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 10. Compressor. Wire mill. Bending machine. Don't suppose I have an extra MV thing. Nope, I don't. So, you know, don't really need. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Press. 36 of those needed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Macerate those. $61. 1. So that means I just need 20. Okay. And put these through the compressor. Mix all of that. That through there. I think we're gonna have to start trashing sulfur. Because I just don't have that many uses for it. Yeah, unless I set up an industrialist. Nah, I don't even need the emeralds. Gunpowder, sulfur tiny dust. Okay, so bending machine. One, two, three, four. Two, two, one, one, 1. Okay. Might have to get more, coal ore. Get a bunch of bronze drills and just start mining for as much coal as I can. Even though I get infinite iron, gold, I already technically get infinite coal, it's just slow. Infinite redstone, tin, copper. I don't need the bauxite because I'm getting infinite aluminum. It would be a decent way to go. Which trade am I highest in right now? Let's see if the guy doing rubber can do bronze drills. He can't. Can you do bronze drills? Steel plates, you can do bronze drills. You sell them for 12. You sell them for 11. Okay, I'll swap off of analog circuits for a while. Get myself some bronze drills. Okay, so let's put these through the compressor. I managed to get myself 4 extra things doing that. Completely and definitely worth it. I wonder if this is used in any recipes. It is not. This one is, though. Titanium tank for highly advanced fluid output. Turbo fluid. Advanced fluid. I mean, so far it's allowed me to get by with only steel stuff, so I don't know when I'm going to have to start doing the next. I guess it's every tier after. I've been working in the aluminum tier, so I still get to use steel. I'm moving into the stainless steel, so they'll probably make me start using aluminum. Then once you move into titanium, you probably have to start using stainless. And then once you're in the quantum tier, they make you use titanium. That's what I'm going to guess it is. Wire mill. What's this been up to? Sulfuric acid, that's empty, empty. So I need to start making more sulfuric acid. Do I care about most of this stuff? Bronze mixer? Well, actually here, let's put that hopper away. No. 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 Technically, yes. But none of that stuff I need to keep. Bronze. Hey, we could undo some of these things. Where it is. Okay. So there's 3 more to go. Six. That's 12. So we need an additional 24. There we go. Professor. I assume this still has a lot to go. Well, it's down to 1 stack. Where is 12? So I need 8 more. which means... Sorry, I need 8 more wires. Sorry, I need 8 more cables, which means I need 9 more wires, which can only be done in multiples of 2, so I need 10, which means I need 5 ingots. I think I only need this much more. Because that'll get me 6 dust, which turns into 6 ingots, which turns into 12. Which turns into 12 wires. Which turns into 12 cables. So I need to do 5, so that means I could have 1 ingot left over. So I can turn all of it into wires. Turn all of it into cables. Wow, there is literally no use for it other than coils. Okay, if I've done my math right, I can turn that one into an ingot. Which means... Ugh, I'm so close. I was really hoping I'd be able to get this done before going. I needed just 1 more ingot. Unless I want to do this in the form of tiny dust. Oh, I only need 3 more nuggets now. That's one of my nuggets. Put that in there. There we go. I'm still going to turn the last 3 into uh an ingot. That's not where that goes. But I'm not going to worry about making sure I get that done on stream. Press 1 more ingot. Sorry, nugget. Five goes into the wire mill. Guess if I'm gonna have to do that anyways, I might as well get this back up. There we go. Looks like I'm getting this done on stream anyways. I don't know if there's actually any difference in speed between the 2 tiers or if it just allows me to do more things. But those are now at their higher tiers. Do I have an extra trash can? Two, three, four, five. Whitelist. There. Blacklist there. That is a whole bunch of sulfur I do not need. Take this, put it in the freezer. What do I do with these? Maybe that? Machine chainer relay. What does this do? I'll probably make one of each of these off stream, just to have an idea of what they even do. Oh, I'm just realizing these don't actually give me any more of these. Well, I'm not going to spend the time doing that then. These get used in any more recipes? No, they don't. Could actually do that with them. I'm gonna unpack these. That's the last thing I'm doing today. Still want to make one of each of these, though. There we go. Now I just got a bunch of copper nickel back. 6. Okay, I'm doing that off stream. The one I will do on stream is this one. What does this do? Does it connect to stuff? Does it connect? No. Does it connect to... So it doesn't connect to that kind of thing? I'm gonna have to try and Google about this, I guess. Okay, so that is the end of today's stream. Yeah. I don't know exactly what I'm doing next time. I guess continuing down this path and going into this stuff. Maybe take the time to finish off this. Any fluid fuel. Huh. clue how you're supposed to get that. Hey, we can now get this. Probably make this off stream just because I don't think I actually care about what it is. That'll just be to, can I do it quickly? I would like to clear these on stream rather than off. Same with stuff like this. Maybe I'll do these next time. Just to clear up those final challenges there. Can't quite do these yet. This one I'm nearing to be able to do. I could probably do these already, I just don't want to yet. It seems like a boring quest line. Chest paint, yeah. Maybe next time I'll clear up a few of these things. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't be reading all of this right now. I'm ending stream. That's what I'm doing. So, thank you all for coming. I'll be back tomorrow with Elden Ring. Continuing the warrior themed run, which is going pretty well. I was a little worried that it wouldn't have anything I'd be able to take advantage of, but I've found that the jump attacks are quite powerful, so we'll continue that tomorrow. Goodbye.